Right. Good morning, councillors and the administrative bodies, members of the committee. If we may just please settle down so that we can begin with today's proceedings. It's now 20 minutes past 9. According to your rule book, we should then at least have started. So the meeting is officially open. Let's settle down. All right. Yes, Councillor, let me open the meeting first. Councillors, welcome to today's MPEC meeting. We hope that we'll be able to get through a number of reports. I can see there were a few apologies, but for some reason the people who put apologies are here. But yes, we'll go through it and we'll take it from there. There was a hand of Councillor Tsepo. You may just go in and then we'll deal with apologies and then move on to the business of the day. Thank you very much, Councillor Tsepo.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm requesting minimum 5 minutes, max 10 minutes, multi-party caucus. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Since the meeting is officially opened, we can be granted 5 minutes, 10 minutes caucus. Because we're asking for minimum of 5 minutes. It's not going to help us. So let's just say 10 minutes. By 9:30, let's all please be seated. Thank you. you very much, colleagues, and our apology once more. Our deliberations tend to exceed with at least about 17 minutes on the basis that councillors were not yet done, so we just had to take advantage. We humbly apologize for that. Colleagues, we'll go straight into the apologies that we have received. And the apology that we have is from Councillor Rodney Abusela, Councillor Esther Masuku, the MSO, Mr. Gardner Tefu, then Councillor Opa Marishan. I hope it was for early departure or something. And then on the officials, we have Anisha Duram, it's USP. So those are the councillors that's what the apologies that we have. Any other apology may then be forwarded in writing. There was the one as well for the CM, I think for early departure. Okay, we'll be in and out of the meeting due to other commitments. But I'm sure the office also have a replacement in an event where there is a need or there is some things that needs to be answered to. But today's meeting, colleagues, is not going to be too long. I think that's why councillors were deliberating there. I don't know, is there anything here on apologies that you want to say?
Chairperson, at 12 o'clock, for about 45 minutes, and then to return at about 12:45. That was the request, and I signed it off yesterday, so you should have received it, but my apologies if you haven't.
No. Thank you very much, Siam. Yes, it's duly noted. I think it lacked details, but it did come to my attention. So, we're not going to have a very long meeting. As I was saying, there is item 3 on the agenda, which is the minutes for consideration. It's one of the issues that we are discussing now with the councillors. So, colleagues, we take full accountability on the failure of minutes being made available. I think for several issues. One is that we are not happy with the standard of the minutes that came from the Secretariat, which we raised in the last meeting, and I'm sure councillors will deliberate on it, in that the minutes can't call an item, and then the minutes read as, for an example, that Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Peter Satel, Councillor Marishani deliberated on the matter. And here are the recommendations. And then there's the beginning and the end of the minutes. I think that's one discomfort that we had as a committee. Equally, that the minutes, then the communication was received around Wednesday in my office that the Secretariat is struggling to produce the minutes and make sure that we've got both confidential and open committee minutes. As of the meeting of the 22nd of August 2025, the reasons that they stated, and I'm saying this because I think according to protocol, the Secretariat doesn't necessarily speak, Mr. Mohash. It doesn't speak. Yeah, it doesn't speak in meetings. So, unless then there is some other protocol that I'm not made aware of. You will come through just now. These are the reasons that were given through to me that it was the issue element of time, the element of the changes that the committee requested in terms of how the minutes should look, and how the level of detail we want on the minutes, considering that the committee that we held was on the 22nd of August. Thereafter, you then had issues of council Then immediately after, then, of course, only about a week. So just few days, actually, maybe 4 days, for instance, to deal with the minutes for this particular, or that should have been then serving on this particular committee in question. So we are free to engage on that particular issue. Myself, I did not want to necessarily postpone the meeting on the basis that there is those things, because then it affects the broader picture of how the committee, and its standing in general, because then you're going to have a blatant disregard of the very same process plan and the council calendar effectively. You're going to come and say that, no, you want to do this. Now, the complications of August ends up rearing it, or the ugly head in September. Then from there you have a October problem affected by September. Then the list goes on and on and on. Then there's no stop to that, because we need to bring and steer these meetings back to the council calendar, so that there is some order and you don't end up just making things along as you move. So that was the reasons why we believed that we should still proceed. The other one, and I must apologize, is that we were in Scopa, and there was strong deliberations that, we were supposed to be in Scopa today, which then later on it was changed that it was yesterday. So there was a whole lot of interference in a number of areas, because we could not plan correctly because of those things, because we actually thought that the committee may not sit, but there was changes last minute with Scopa. I think Wednesday then we informed that Thursday we should be in Scopa. But be that as it may, we are here, we are dealing with the minutes for consideration, and I think the councillors may want to express their dissatisfaction, or if they understand the problems that they've been, or the reasons that were given by the Secretariat, then they will indicate as such. But the matter is open for deliberation. Then we shall go into matters arising under Part 5, 1 and 2, then Part 4, 1 and 2, and then Part 5, 1 and 2. The floor is open. Councillor Tsepo's hand was up, and then, we shall deal with that accordingly. Councillor Tsepo.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. In my other life, I would teach lessons and have to mark. And I would take work home because of the results have to be released. And if it means I do it throughout the night. So I see assistance with the culture in this one. This excuse is express lack of commitment. Because at the end of the day, we have impact today, we're supposed to be every minute. Whatever excuses, whether there was, because there are times where people right around do nothing, it means that they are relaxing, they are resting. And when there's time to work, overtime, people must pull on themselves. Because we as councillors, sometimes we stay in meeting up to 12, 1 midnight, the following day, trying to resolve matters of the community. A really hostile community threatening us, yelling at us, vulgarizing us, and we stand it for all of it. But we can't have employees that says that there was a lot of pressure, I could not make it, and that culture is not a good culture. But the culture to say that we tried our level best, and unfortunately we got to 70%, 60% of that. But this thing of that there was impact after impact, there was cancel, there's a lot that could have been done. Maybe if they can move an entity, I'll try something. But it's important that we have a culture of people who are really committed. When we need them, they should soldier and be strong enough to be able to deliver for us. And Chairperson, as MPEC, we're supposed to keep the culture of Tshwane together. We can't take those excuses. We want results, and we would expect more from the administrative staff and also the secretariat. We want results. We expect results from them. They've been here for that long, and I think they are well trained, unless if we need to do an oversight over their qualifications or anything. We don't want to dig deep. We'll stop here for now, but we can go deeper as MPEC and check everything. If we have a really fully capacitated secretariat here that are qualified, that know what they are doing, or what maybe there are more problems that we need to really do an inquest on. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Tsepo. We'll start with Councillor Mayor and then come through to Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I'm also very concerned regarding also the loading of the documents on the internet. I was still on my computer last night. I couldn't get the minutes of this meeting. I think the minutes are very important. We can't take any reports to council before we've approved the minutes. And then also we didn't receive the minutes of the in-committee, which makes it very difficult to, on the way forward, especially on all the confidential matters that were, I believe, deferred for a specific reason. And the minutes will actually indicate for what reason those reports were deferred, and it's not clear. We haven't got those minutes yet. So what are the officials going to do? What we recommended in terms of the minutes, do they know what they need to do for those reports that have to come back to impact? Jeff, furthermore, can I just be included somewhere in the group, in the email group or whatever? Because I've received now the news or the supplementary agenda with all these confidential reports on it, but I haven't received a single report. So how can I efficiently participate in this meeting if I don't even receive the reports? So I'm very concerned about that. I mean, according to the agenda, we will deal with all the confidential reports that stood over from the last meeting, but I didn't receive any further reports. And it's, to me, it's very important because we know that changes are made to reports between meetings. And I can't just assume that the same reports that were dealt with or that were loaded for the previous meeting are the reports that will be dealt with today. So I've got a huge concern. I can't participate in this meeting if I haven't seen the reports. I can't give my inputs. Thank you, Chairperson. So I think the issue of the minutes is very important that we need to address as well.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mayor, for raising a different angle in relation to the reports. Unacceptable. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the DA would like to second the comments made by our ANC colleagues on the aspect of the minutes and also of the quality of the reports. It is important that we need to see those minutes. A lot of deliberations took place, and I also take what you have pointed out about the details. And Chair, to bring those reports back, and it's the same quality, same mistakes in those reports, it doesn't help if we don't have the minutes either to indicate that. So we support that proposal. The DA is happy for us also to proceed with the first two items on the main report, and we will take an appropriate decision on the forensic reports when we get to committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We need commitments, and we are not here to make friendship. And whoever that falters will pay the price, and whoever that does not want to take their job serious, we are not going to be collateral damage in the process. We are not happy, and the points that are raised by councillors are all valid. Give you an example with one report. The forensic report says recovery. The body of the report says write-off. The forensic report is attached to the report that says write-off. We then deliberate that we must change that and fix the errors. On a Word document, just to press highlight and delete and then replace that sentence is not done. At the bare minimum, it's not done. I got complaints on the notification of agendas or reports, confidential reports that were not circulated to some councillors, including some staff members. Late uploading of reports. You can't expect councillors to go through the reports and you find that those particular reports were not thoroughly looked into. For instance, if someone puts something in and that's not what you are saying has happened, we can't just automatically put that and then just deliberate on it on the basis that it has been there and so on. And you find that it was then uploaded late. I think that's where the issues will be now. But the head or the reporting lines in question in relation to minutes and reports, Secretariat in particular, we need to know exactly what is the way forward on this issue, if the House permits, so that we can get a clear understanding on, and some commitments, because it seems that the suggestion on the table is that we park. The ANC is not nodding, but we park certain reports when we get to them, and then we deal with what we believe that we need to deal with, which is the first two items under Part 5. So, Secretariat, I think Mr. Mahashwa may be the only senior that is here, that may need to come on board. But we can't have this level of disorganization in this committee, and then it goes unnoticed, and then we just pass through with it as it may. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahashwa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. And good morning to your good self and members. Chairperson, let me start by reasserting the fact that I respect this committee and I take this committee very seriously. What is happening today here, and I'm not going to be defensive and waste your time or play a blame game. What is happening today here is not correct, but I'll just share a little bit of the origin of the problem with the committee, so that perhaps when we come out of this meeting, we then go straight to the nub of the problem. The problem in Secretariat is vacancy rate. Let me start there. And I wish that the group head was here and the MSO was here, so that they can also answer for themselves. But for now, I'll answer for myself. When positions became vacant within the Secretariat echelon, we escalated them to say, these gaps are going to compromise the quality of work that we are going to produce. And we were told that, no, there's a moratorium. You are not going to be allowed to advertise any position. And we asked, are you not going to give exceptions on some of these critical positions? And we were told, no, we are going to focus on reviewing the structure by the end of August, and during that, until that time, you will not be allowed to advertise any position. 3 months before 31st August, one of the employees retires, and I raised the matter more than 80 days before the retirement date to say we need a replacement here. We shouldn't wake up when this lady is gone. Actually, we must release the advertisement when she's still here. You unfortunately get referred back to the moratorium. And I must just say to this committee that we take our work very serious. We really want to put our hands on the deck so that the arm of oversight is not weakened by clumsy handling of relevant documents, including agendas. So what I would humbly submit to this committee is to help us lift the moratorium so that that moratorium, which seems to have been influenced by lack of just evaluating the impact before that moratorium is taken. Let's lift that moratorium, fill the positions, and we'll have no room to make any excuse. Some of us do not have time to sit and start formulating excuses why the work cannot be done, but we'll always look for solutions to say, even in the face of challenges, how can we move forward and make sure that the work is done? So I'm appealing to this committee to make sure that the moratorium is immediately lifted. And I'm not going to advance any excuse or become defensive on the work not done. It saddens one to see when things are not going well. But if this committee can help us lift the moratorium, we'll be able to make sure that each and every position that is on the structure, because this position was put on the structure because it has to take care of a certain function. Let me also mention, Chairperson, that the official that we're talking about in terms of producing those reports and then we're also having to check them. The issue that I've raised, number one, raises the question, the issue of there's not enough time to be doing that quality work that has to be done, because now we're even subjecting one official to more than 3 committees. And we should then ask ourselves whether that official will ever focus and produce quality work. So, Chairperson, no excuse, no flimsy defending of clumsy work. I just raised my hand to say, let this committee help us to immediately lift the moratorium, and we've always warned in the past that these emotional decisions are going to cost us. So we appeal to the committee to help us lift the moratorium, but Chairperson, that doesn't also stop that I must apologize and take responsibility for things that went wrong, and I undertake to make sure that all things that have gone wrong will be corrected. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you. Councillor Peter?
Chair, firstly, thank you for your transparency. It is appreciated, Chairperson, and it's noted. However, I would like to just bring it back that you are the chairperson of this committee, the appointed and elected chairperson of this committee, and I think this is an administrative matter that should be dealt with administratively. I don't think it's up to impact to remove and request moratoriums to be removed and so forth. And there's again, as we have said in previous meetings, there's a process flow here. There's job flow evaluations that needs to be done. We don't know what happens in that office. We don't know how much work, how overburdened employees are and so forth. And I think administratively, Chair, I think if you can deal with that, take it through the correct process to the Speaker, I think there's a correct process to follow for a request like that, and I respect what the view of the employee, of the Secretariat, my apology. But I think we can agree, Chair, that we move on with the agenda, and I think we've taken that point. You have made that point, and we're very happy with that. But you can deal with that administratively and then report back to us, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take Councillor Tsepo and then Zela. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. There's a gap between capacity and doing the wrong thing. I don't know if that makes sense. I usually like saying, I rather leave it blank than write the wrong thing. I rather have no report than have a wrong report. Because this report has consequences. It's people's lives, it's events, and if those events are not captured well, we come here, we fight over nothing because of the events are not captured well. It's difficult. Now we have to deal with 2 reports here. And we are saying that we're having a system that compromises quality. And it's a challenge. I don't know. I depend on your report. Or maybe I should just come and volunteer and job share and see what is happening so that when I come to MPEG, I should engage on facts. For now, it's like, I'm not sure if what I'm giving is facts. It's the true reflection of what for the whole month outside MPEG or the 3 years. So that report is the only document that I have to use as a tool to make decisions and resolve, we vote, we resolve on matters. So sometimes it means that we are misled as MPEG, and some of the decisions that we make are wrong because of the information that we have is wrong. So it's a very difficult one that has to be fixed very quickly. And Chairperson, like I agree with our whip from that side. It's an administrative thing that needs to happen and outside the meeting and be able to see or how best we can be able to have a well, because MPAC is a very important committee. Out of all the committees, we really need really two reflection of events. If there was an investigative report, that has to be, the work has to be done on the administrative work has to be done. It has to be very accurate. There can't be discrepancies because eventually we'll think that the investigator said A, only to find out they said B, and becomes a problem, and our judgment becomes wrong, and then we blame people unnecessarily because administratively things were not captured as they were supposed to be captured. So it's an urgent issue that needs immediate attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tsepo. Councillor Tsela.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, sometimes, you know, I think we forget that we are in a metro municipality. And it pains me to hear the Secretariat complaining about the vacancies, of which we were discussing about. The city is failing, and I don't know, Chair, but I think the plea, we mustn't just brush away the plea from the Secretariat. I think it is, we must take responsibility as council. We must raise these issues at council. I think even the CM is here, he's listening to what the Secretariat is saying, because the city is falling apart while we are here. This is one of the perfect examples of why we are falling apart, Chairperson. And I think we should raise this thing sharply in council, even in our caucuses. Because you might take this as an excuse, but it's valid. Chair. It's valid. So I'm just saying, let's take this issue very serious, or else we're going to find ourselves in the very same situation. And I think the city manager is here because the city manager is the head of the administration. He must also give guidance. Because you can't sit like this. AG is complaining about us. Whereas on the other side, there are many people who are not, there are many vacancies here in the city, and very, very crucial vacancies. So I think we should assist where we can as council, because we are the highest decision-making body, in fact. Thanks.
Thank you. So the okay, MSO, you are acting, right?
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, due to the apology. I think we may have forgotten that apology of the MSO. It was sent on WhatsApp. I thought it's a replacement list here before me. Certain apologies were not noted, not on the basis that we don't agree on, but like that of the MSO, the CFO, but we'll make sure that they reflect as such on the minutes, of course, of today. But there are apologies that were there. So, yes, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just, on behalf of the MSO, note the comments. I'm not entirely up to date with the process to fill the vacancies, but I will ensure that we take it up next week and provide feedback to the committee as well. I think we fully appreciate the need to fill the vacancies and ensure that the committee is fully supported. So we will certainly prioritize that, working together with the CM and the other departments to make sure that we can give you a proper way forward to make sure that you're fully supported. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. It's correct, colleagues, in closing, that some of the posts we are referring to are actually funded posts. The group head under the Speaker's office must ensure that this is done before we get to that level where we start to come across as if we are fighting, because we have to do something if things are not done correctly. So we are expecting changes, Secretariat. We hear what you've put before us. We don't want to bother the committee with semantics. But as of today, work must be done in relation to filling of those vacancies. Part of the recommendations that we had on the annual report and so on was that we get a dedicated secretariat or someone as a secretary that's going to deal with MPEC specifically, because it's got dire implications if things like this happen. When priorities of people are divided and then results are not granted, we are dealing here with a lot. We can't afford to have problems and mistakes, and of course non-delivery on simple things such as minutes, for instance, or poor minutes, because there's got legal implications. Tomorrow, those minutes are going to be subject of court. Then the only thing that you have there is so and so deliberated, and that's the end of the story. Can't be. It can't be. So we need to deal with it. Councillor Tsepo, that's for the last time you are really stretching it, but yeah.
Chairperson, I always complain because we experience this a lot as what councillors, whereby the city doesn't operate as one city. It operates as decentralized. I'm wondering when we have a work challenge in one department, and then there's shortage of staff and they are under pressure. Can't another department somewhere go and assist for that week just to relieve the pressure? You know, the switching team, there's a switching team, there's a lighting team, there's a what team. The same electrical department, same skilled people, but one doesn't touch one if one is. And we having that challenges operationally. What team? There is one unit, but there's so many small teams, and in operationally, one doesn't do what if one is not here. And that thing is really, really affected. I think we need to look into our structure and look into our job description, job titling, and get to see how we can extend so that people are tasked with various responsibilities when needed. We'll be having people writing in another department, others having pressure in one department, but others can go from one department to another department and assist the other department and make sure that work is done when there's pressure in one department. But they are skilled the same, they are trained the same, they are all electricians. But one won't want to say, I'm moving from the line of duty because the switching department, we need extra 10 people and we are not doing anything yet. Let's become switching for the week and assist the switching department so that we are able to push this workload and so that we get back to our team. I think that's also the challenge that we have within the city. People have titles and they don't want to move. They rather watch movies the whole day on their screens rather than assist where help is needed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, councillors, for, of course, deliberating on the matter. The matter needs to be resolved ASAP. We are going to do that. I think my office must automatically start to engage with that of the speaker, and work must be done in relation to that. We don't expect to see this tomorrow or in any other future meetings or quality being compromised, whether via meetings or otherwise. So, colleagues, it is recorded that there is no meetings, so the minutes of the previous meeting, and they must be, of course, dealt with and submitted in the next city without failure at a date that will be determined by this committee as it proceeds. Both the confidential and the open committee meeting minutes, which means we're expecting today's minutes and the minutes of the 22nd of August to form part of the next meeting. And detailed minutes, we're not asking for a transcript, but just a sense of what was the deliberation per councillor, where possible. And then we take it from there. We will then proceed, colleagues, since there's nothing to adopt really here, to part 4, which is matters arising. on the Municipal Public Accounts Committee Process Plan for 25-26, which is on page 4 to page 21. And then we'll thereafter deal with the outstanding reports between 22 and 23. The process plan was circulated through or uploaded on SharePoint, and it does state a number of things there. Is there any comments on the process plan?
Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. We're happy with the process plan. Just to note, there are a number of reports on the process plan that had to serve today that's not serving. If we can please ask, in all probability, we will have a second impact meeting in this month before council. Not confirmed, but there's a probability. But if we can get those reports by that meeting, should there be one, it will be very helpful just to make sure that we keep on track with the process plan. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. Yes, it is correct, colleagues. There is several reports that were supposed to sit or serve in today's impact meeting, as per page 6. Those reports, some of them are not forming part of today's agenda. So we are now directing the powers that be, the secretariat and so on, and of course the heads of departments and so on, to ensure that those reports are made available and they form part and parcel of the next meeting's agenda. So we know we don't have a backlog. Other than that, is there any other thing that councillors may want to either add or change, apart from what Councillor Peter has dealt with? Right. As recommended. Thank you. We'll then move to the impact outstanding reports, page 22 to 23. Is there anything there? No, we're on 4.2. I don't know, in terms of the caucus of the ANC, who's Councillor Zilla, the whereabouts of Councillor Marshani? Okay, thank you. So there is reports, colleagues, that are said to be outstanding. And they were requested, which is the calling of report on the independent debt of 365 days and older. So the one was sponsored by Councillor Marshani regarding the APC chair. Well, I think that's more or less it, colleagues. I don't think there is comments here, so we'll have to just pass this item. no one has got any inputs or anything to deal with, then we may as well pass the item. Means we are comfortable with it as it is. Oh, yes, finance, right? Thank you. I think your mic is off.
Oh, yes, my name is Naiba Mkopi, acting CFO. What I wanted to indicate, particularly on the interdepartmental debt that's older than 365, may we request that in the next sitting of the MPEC, we then avail this report. I do take note in the calling of reports. One was not privy to its requirement, but I will ensure that it is there in the next meeting, Chair. Apologies for that.
No, thank you. Oh, yes, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Alderman Sutton mentioned that we might have, and we also agreed that we might have another special meeting still this month. So I just wanted to know from the acting CFO that he thereby means that it will serve them for the meeting in September still, because I think it's quite an important report and that it's not for the October meeting.
All right. As an outstanding report here, Mr. Apart from this one, I think it's a the committee meeting of either April or May, where that report was called back and recalled. And subsequently, because it served, before it seems that then it was removed on the list of outstanding reports. Our team will be in touch. Yes, you can.
Yes, on that one, I would liaise with the Secretariat just to ensure that what is not captured here after the recalling, it's actually included and dealt with in the next engagement, Chairperson.
Yeah, my team will be in touch as well, so that we can refresh memory on the report in question. I remember the details, just the heading, and fundamentally what it was dealing with. I may not have the details at the end, but we'll be in touch so that you bring our report back so we can finalize on issues around that. All right. There was a calling of report here. The sponsor is not here. So there's not much we can say about it, except that we note it. There's no comments on it or anything, and I don't want to find myself acceding to the arena in terms of issues. So we'll then move, colleagues. As recommended. Thank you. Right, we'll move to part 5, item 1 and item 2. So is the Health Department, the report on the detailed expenditure breakdown by the city on the Metro AIDS Council for the financial year 2021-22, the financial year 2022-2023, the financial year 2023-2024, and the financial year of 2024-2025. The report is found on page 24 to page 46 with recommendations on page 46. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to have comments on that particular expenditure breakdown? I see the hand of Councillor Tsepo, then we'll move to the hand of Councillor Fitan. Oh, yes, and then we'll finish there, Dr. Mato.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Being for a while in MPEC, one gets to realize, I think officials lose the opportunity to avoid further probing. They make us work overtime. They make us follow up. When you ask questions, instead of giving you a detailed answer and making sure that you never get to do any follow-up, when you ask for a report, it's an opportunity to avoid probing investigations and what. So when you provide us enough information, and justify your use of funds, say, show the value for money, then the probing is closed. But when you give us a report that is on the higher level, then you make us seek more information, you make us do inspection in logos, we're going to go further because you don't want to give us the answers we are looking for in the report. So we end up wanting to probe further. Because I think this report is just too high level, gives us big figures, it doesn't show us value for money, the breakdowns to say that there was an event and this event cost this, market-related values versus what we paid, and things like this, the value that the city gets from this thing, how is the performance assessed by the city so far? Are we getting value for the money that we are spending? Did you book a hotel? Did you book, instead of sleeping in the tent, we sacrificed hotels and slept in the tent because we are cost-conscious people? Things like that, tell us those things. But when the report says that we spend this much, you just get seeing 98 million, wow, and then, okay, what was it used for? Then the report doesn't get to those details and tell you things that you want to hear, or why, so that we see that it's too small. Maybe we need to extend the city manager, give them another 100 million. I think they will need to get to, these people are working well, using money very decisively. So that's what we need from a report, and I feel that this report lost the opportunity to really take us into confidence in the work that they do and how they do it, the integrity of the work that they do, and how we are impact, we want to see value for money. Or when you ask for a report, you want value for money. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
All right, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the ANC, the point that the ANC made is a point that the DA supports, and I want to elaborate a little bit further on it. It's a very important report, and we know impact has a very important part to play, and we are trusted by Council, and that's why Council referred information to us. And as my colleague from the ANC has pointed out, if we look at the purpose of this report and we look at the recommendation, it is to give a detailed expenditure breakdown by the City of Swanee's Health Department on these matters. And I want to emphasize a detailed expenditure breakdown. However, in this report before us, we get an expenditure summary, as my colleague has pointed out. There's no detailed expenditure breakdown yet. So, Chair, in line with that, I think we want to understand, and perhaps the officials can give us clarity. Why do they send us a report that does not comply with the purpose of the report or are in line with the recommendations of this report? So let's understand and let them explain why that detailed expenditure breakdown is not here. And then, Chair, further to once the discussions are finalized and before we move from this item, the DA would like to sponsor an amendment to the recommendations, but we'll leave that to the end. Thank you.
Yeah, let's leave it to the end. Thank you, Councillor. Maybe before I come to Councillor Mayor, I'll take Councillor Matlo, and then Councillor Mayor, you will come after.
Thanks, Chairperson. Really, I don't want to say what has been said by my colleagues there, but I've got the same sentiment that the purpose of the report has not been met, especially when it comes to the details like really, if I have to ask about the contracted services or the gigs, how much were spent, there's nothing I can say. But my question to the officials is that next time they do such a report, really, they should follow the requirements of the report. But even now, they can elaborate to us why they didn't go to such extent of really trying to show the detail of the report. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Mayor?
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said, but obviously the purpose of the report is a detailed expenditure. What I just want to point out is we are indulged with a lot of annexures here, Annexure A to K, which is, in my opinion, has got nothing to do with the detailed expenditure. So, do we get all these annexures to make it look good, that the report is complete and that we've got all the details, if it doesn't even talk to the purpose of the report? Thank you. Yes, so please don't indulge us with information we don't need. We can't go through all these annexures. We're limited in time to assess the reports as well. So stick to the annexures which are applicable to the purpose of the report. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thank you. Anyone from the department? Yes. And I'll just say that in terms of why is the report not having a detailed expenditure breakdown.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the Honourable Councillors, City Manager and colleagues. Yeah, the questions and concerns from the councillors are noted. As to why, I suppose probably just maybe our understanding of the request, we thought we were looking at it from a GL point of view. That's why we have given the breakdown at the GL level. And from what I'm getting now from the councillors, it's very clear that we need to have actually gone below the level of the GL in terms of, for this GL, when we say training material, what do we mean and what have we spent that money on specifically? Same with promotional items and so forth, which I suppose it's something that we can do if we are really given a chance to deal with. Thanks, Chair.
So it's not the only question. There's the one that I could pick was across. I mean, there's many questions. There's questions around the attachments that were not irrelevant to the body of the report. For instance, proceed.
Okay. No, Chair, the attachments we provided, it was as per our understanding, and I suppose our understanding maybe was just not spot on as assessed by the councillors right now. Hence, we say if we have to go to the sub-level of the GLs, we would provide, for example, for an event, what was this event all about, where did it take place, how did it take place, and what the outputs were, for example, as well as to how does it align to the actual plan of the AIDS Council. So, is there any other that I'm missing, Chairperson?
Councillors, is there any question you believe was not answered? No. Okay. There was a Councillor Mayor, and then Councillor Peter.
Chairperson, just with regards to the annexures, if I want to just use an example, the previous meeting we dealt with the water tankers. There were spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets about expenditure X, Y, and Z. If you want to attach an annexure with detail, then please do it in that way. But don't give us these annexures. It must be talking to the report. I'm just using that as an example, so maybe they can talk to the other departments to see what we expect if we want a detailed breakdown. Thanks.
Thanks. It's for noting. Councillor Peter.
Chair, if you will allow, I would like to sponsor an amendment to this report in the recommendations.
Yeah, maybe maybe before that, I just wanted to check with them, then we'll just deal with the recommendations. Then we just close the report thereafter. My apology. I haven't forgotten about your request earlier. So under 4.3, the expenditure summary for the 24-25 financial year, you have received a grant of 28 million. And you spend the mention, you've actually mentioned that 23.2 million was on contracted services and 1.7 million on catering. And furthermore, that there was 21.5 million on personnel and labor. So this labor and personnel that you are referring to, is it hired directly from the department, and how many of those people were employed? Or how many jobs are you referring to? Well, may not be really long-term jobs, but labor in general.
Yeah, Chair, in terms of the conditions of the grant, we are expected to employ what we refer to as PA HIV/AIDS educators on an annual basis. So that 21 million that you see, or 21.5, it was meant exactly for that. And for that particular year, I'm going to give the divisional head to give me the exact number of PA educators that we have employed against that particular amount. If you allow, Chair, thanks.
Yeah, to the level of regions, at least, if possible. Otherwise, it will have to form part and parcel of the report coming back. Because I see this report going back to fetch more details as per deliberations of the council. But yeah, proceed as requested.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Liwani. I'm the divisional head in the health department. On the number of jobs, if you go to page 31, on I there, it says number of jobs created. And if you go to the last paragraph, we go to 640 jobs that were created in 2024-25 financial year. So that is the answer to the number of jobs. This report does not have the details of how many jobs per region, but we do have that information because those 640 people, they work in wards. So we do have all the number of people who were employed in each and every ward. On average, people employed in a ward, they range between 5 to 10, depending on the available resources and the extent of the ward. If you go to 4.3 that you were reflecting on, and specifically on 24-25 contracted services. So if you look at contracted services, the points under it actually are what forms the total of contracted services. So the 21 million is actually a sub of the 23. So it's not like there was a 23 and a 21. So the 23 is made up of that 1.7 plus 21.5. So it makes the 23, which is called contracted services. I think all the other things the group head has indicated, and we are open to providing the details in line with what the councillors have raised. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Please give us as much, information as possible in relation to this, your detailed breakdown, sometimes to regions, to wards, because we need to check certain things. We don't want it to be flagged by the AG there. Then we find that it's well over our heads. But there's other issues in relation to that. So I think, Councillor Peter, you have some proposed recommendations or amendments to the current recommendations.
If you will allow, thank you. Chair, so firstly, I think there are some very good information in the body of this report and some very good reading, and I thank the officials for that. But Chair, we do not feel it will be responsible for us to conclude on a report that does not meet the requirements of the purpose of the report and of the recommendations, and therefore the DA would like to sponsor the following amendment. The amendment is as follows. 1, that the recommendation be removed, and 2, that it be replaced with that the report be deferred to the next meeting to allow the detailed expenditure breakdown to be included in this report, that the report comes back with the detailed expenditure breakdown, and we can then resolve and recommend it to Council. Thank you, Chair, and that's proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Adriana Randall. Thank you.
Well, we note the removal as the Secretariat is assisting, but the recommendation just says consider it. It's not even saying take cognizance of it. So you can push it as for removal, but there's no material effect. But it's good that it takes us where your recommendations take us where I think the consensus of the committee seems to be heading towards. All right. The amendment is that one, that the recommendation on the body of the report will be removed. That should be added and replaced by that the report be deferred to the next meeting to allow the detailed expenditure breakdown to be included in the report. That is proposed by Councillor Peter Sutton and seconded by Councillor Adriana Randall, signed and dated the 5th of September 2025. As recommended. Thank you. Right. Then, councillors, we then move to part 2 of item 5 on the agenda, or report number 2 on item 5, as may. It's from Energy and Electricity Department, and is a progress report on the installation of electricity management devices to indigent and amnesty approved accounts. The report is found on page 47, page 63, with recommendations on page 63. Deliberations. Maybe as we're going to entertain hands, someone from electricity is here. Oh, you're a good doctor. Thank you. Yeah, at least we know we are not asking ourselves the questions as people who are relevant. Where do we start? Let's start at the back, Councillor Mayor, then we'll flow towards my right. Councillor Mayor, with the discussions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just need some clarity on the table on page 49. In that table, we've got number of applicants and approved indigents. Obviously, these are for illegal connections as well, were amnesty applications. But the approved indigent numbers exceed the number of applicants. I'm not sure how this table has been compiled and how to distinguish between indigents and the one that applied for amnesty. If you understand my question right, because how can you have more indigents and you've got number of applicants, or does it mean that all the indigents didn't apply, where the other people that applied above the indigents that have been identified within those areas? I'm just a bit confused with the figures in that table. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's table 2. the approval of more people than those that applied. It's going to get you in trouble, doctor. This thing of approving more people. Hmm? Hmm? Doctor? Are you covered, or you want to speak, Councillor Randa? Yes.
Yes,
please
thank you so
proceed.
much, Jay. I want to concur. I also did a tally. The number of applicants, amnesty applications, is 6,943 versus the 6,010 number of approved indigents. So it's indeed correct that it's more than the approved indigents. Then secondly, I wanted to know, there was an initial issue with the matter of debts on accounts that was blocking the prepaid purchases, and it said it was resolved, referring to Mamelodi. Can we maybe have insight in terms of what was the resolution for the blocked prepaid meters due to debt? How did it come about that we resolved that issue? Obviously, we see that the amnesty period is still active till the end of this month, so surely we can do a follow-up or ask for a follow-up report after then. Chair, also, I want to find out whether there's a formal rollout plan in terms of, or per region, that they can share with us, and if there's any public awareness campaigns going on in the communities, you would find that often times you get a lot of resistance from the community. So I would like to know whether there's any public awareness campaigns to make them aware on prepaid in terms of tampering, illegal connections also. We know it's a very big challenge out there for us as a city of Tshwane, where we lose a lot of revenue. So I think that's crucial that we do have such awareness campaigns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Randa. To your left, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's very encouraging. Obviously we do as a city what we can. We put this amnesty program out there. People have to take it up. I'm very glad to see that there's been such a high number of people who did take it up, but we know this is but a indication from prepaid meters, active prepaid meters out there. Still a lot of people who are being naughty, but we'll deal with that, and I think this is a step in the right direction. But this entire program, Chair, unfortunately, is hinged on the fact that we need to conclude on the purpose of what we did here, and that is now the installation of the prepaid meters. And we take cognizance that the progress and what they are telling us. What I'm very concerned about, and if we can just get clarity from the electricity representative here this morning, do we have prepaid meters in stock? And do we have enough prepaid meters for this rollout here? Or is there currently a shortage of prepaid meters for this rollout program? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Tshepo.
Yes, thanks a lot, Chairperson. Mine is on the tampering and illegal connections. As a city, do we have a strategy around that? Because I'm from a ESCOM area. I'm a councillor, what councillor I say. And ESCOM has taken a tough stance on illegal connection. And that reduces the number of people who illegally tamper with the system. We know that side, that I don't play with electricity. Because ESCOM it was not easy for ESCOM to take that tough stance, but they took it. And lately, even that I know don't play with electricity. They try to avoid, because they know that you're going to pay a fine of 6,200. It's just a matter of when before your court. You might run around or do whatever you like, but one day, transformer will be off, you'll be audited, you'll pay the fine. And ESCOM will recover everything. So you want to avoid that by all means and don't play with electricity. And another question is that, is the tampering of these indigent people an outcry, maybe, of saying that you are giving us 100, we need 200, this 100 units is not enough. What is the versus V of us reconsidering what we give them versus V they are tampering? Are we losing more from tampering rather than give them a package that will be decent enough to say that we no longer tamper, we are happy, we
that can abuse the system. Because when you have tempered, it means that you don't even switch the stove off. You abuse it. When you have tempered within the system, those who use pay for electricity budget, you're like, oh, well, let me switch off the lights, reduce this cost, it's too much now. Well, but if you have tempered, you don't even care. You can leave the stove on the whole day, the heaters on, you don't care. Whatever you use the electricity for is not well managed. And those are the two things to say. As a city, do we have a strategy around the illegal connections? And then again to say, is this from the department guys, have they done enough research to try to check if there's whatever we're offering these people on the tempering side is enough? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Tsapo. So we'll get a response from the department, but it's a huge problem, this issue. So you can have 6,000 people apply, who have applied, doctor, and then 194. Only service delivery of 194 out of the big sum of 6,000 plus. All of it, according to table 3, is in Mamelodi. This has got implications on the poor of the poorest. Worse, this is a basic issue when it comes to service delivery. Yesterday we were dealing with water and electricity issues accounting in scope. This is poor, it's terrible. You also have a report that lacks detail. So if you look at table 3, maybe we are going to have to consider checking the detailed expenditure on the application of the 194 and the financial cost per installation, and then also come back to us with a proper report that will then check in line with the budget that was approved. What do you foresee or what do you project on completing? 6,000 families are out there, they need installations. 194 got assisted. The backlog is huge. If you just take it at percentage, a point, you will be shocked that the delivery in relation to this is very low. And yet we raised, MECO and that the administration, well, the executive in this case, they even pushed that figure to include more people because they moved it from 150,000 rand threshold to 250,000 rand threshold, which means we are expecting these numbers to go up. But as much as we are creating that policy, or the policy change in terms of the figures, we are lacking to assist the basic that have applied long time ago already. So we are not happy. If you check on table 3, region 4, you've included Lotus Garden and even classified it wrongfully. In Tshwane, you have so many townships, for instance. You can't tell me that region 2, you say region 2, region 5, region 7. Hammanskraal is not here. A very poor community, like extremely poor. If you check the unemployment rate of Hammanskraal, which is region 2 and region 1, then you may then, of course, go to 6, 7. You are looking at low unemployment rate, which means that the biggest beneficiaries of this policy in general, you were expecting it from those areas. I know also in terms of property there, maybe tribal land and so on and so on. But those are the things that we need to look into. But you've got townships that don't feature here. You've got Oliven, which was supposed to be side by side with Lodia. It's not part. But we're getting the basics wrong. I think the point I'm trying to drive is that you're getting the basics wrong. We can't map where Lotus Garden is vis-a-vis, well, in terms of the region. So when we then go to that level of scrutiny, where we now have to deal with numbers and the cost breakdowns, it's going to even be worse. Because the basics are wrong. Simple, general information. You don't need to be very educated to know where Lotus is, where it falls. But why this big gap, Doctor, in relation to the numbers of installed meters vis-a-vis the applications? And then how do you marry more approvals than applications? How do you marry those figures? Because you go to table 2, under region 1, Soshanguve, 2,633 people applied, 2,899 approved. How do we approve more people when less have applied? As an example, but these discrepancies, they run throughout. You have got Winterfeld with 1,010 and basically a blank space. And you don't leave it blank. You are supposed to either write 0 or non-applicable if let's say the property maybe falls under tribal land or it doesn't meet requirements, or you don't consider the area for this and that reason. You can't leave it blank because now you are leaving us guessing. Maybe you forgot something on the table. You'll come back and fill it up later, or whatever the case, or the data is outstanding, but you have to note it and say, I'm having a challenges in Winterfeld, the area is excluded, or data in Winterfeld is still outstanding. Whatever the case may be, Harankua maybe is part of the ESCOM, for instance. You then have to explain to say, no, in this area of Harankua, and I'm just saying this because I'm not from Region 1, but I'm thinking out loud. If Harankua is part and parcel of the ESCOM area, then you are able to do it. Volmer, 1 person applied, 12 approved. Where did we get the applications of the other 11 that we've approved, who are siphoning the electricity out of the system, but they never applied? So the report, and maybe there is other wisdom that is going to come as you answer, but it's seeming to suggest that it's very poor. Kudube, 1 person applied, 2 approved. Atteridgeville, 141 applied, 259 approved. Denville, 1 applied, 8, like that. Lotus Garden, 42 applied, 224. Maybe there is some explanation because it's too consistent in terms of approvals versus applications. But the report itself does not assist the process. Please aid your report. Oliven Holt-Bosch, 1 application, 204 approvals. So aid your report, Doctor, and tell us the wisdom behind these figures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me assist. So the approval would mean the number of indigents that are approved by council. So that is before the amnesty. So if you go to my colleague's register here, let me use the example you used, Woolmer. You would find that on the indigent list of the city, there are 12 people approved by that indigent list. But while you would expect all 12 to come and apply, only 1 comes. And that's where your issue of campaigning comes in. So you would have a rigid council register which gets updated by a different department. But the issue we are talking about here is application driven, where someone comes to apply for amnesty out of that pool. So at times, as you will realize, you would also get people who shouldn't apply, also applying. Then you would rarely get the 2 numbers speaking to each other. So I'm saying the example is my colleague here would have a register which she has with a certain number, and you expect all that number to apply, but not all apply. Then you would have a register with 12, but only one applies. At times you will get more applying, and some of those applying shouldn't have applied, but we can't say they haven't applied. So that is the number. The approved indigent, it's not the denominator. It's not about those who have been approved out of those who applied, but it is the indigent that we have on our indigent list. So it's our bigger pool that we take away from. So there was this suggestion that there must be more campaigning about indigents and making sure that they know the process. Every imbizo that the city has, there would be a kiosk assisting the people to register for that. There was one campaign that we did with the assistant of my colleague here, and marketing. So those campaigns do get done, but more can be done. But if you look at the table that you are quoting from, you will realize that there are some who refuse that installation, and we have recorded it. There would be who made it off? There would be those houses where it's locked and we cannot effect that. So this is a progress report at the start of the program. But because the report didn't make it here on time, you would see that it is registering the first month of the effort. And there are plans for the other townships. So when we come with a revised report, it will have the full picture since the inception. But so we have given the Mamelodi as the first area we visited, but we did put the other areas and the timelines. But the report was timed for that period, and it has made it a bit late, and if you require next report, it will then have up to now. Then there was a question as to when we say the issue has since been resolved. Remember, the indigency issue, it's an ever-evolving one. So someone is an indigent, has applied, is qualified, and as things change, moves out of indigence. Or if this person is assessed, the status now changes. There would be those who, when they are visited, you realize that here it's either a case of meter bypass or a meter dysfunctionality, and then you would then resolve the issue as per the situation you find when you visit that person. Now there is an issue of prepaid in stock. If we have meters in stock, yes, we have money, and then this is a stock item, and we really have never run short of prepaid meters. In this morning report, we were reporting that out of 1,000 meter for the non-indigent per month, we did over 2,500. So we exceeded our target for the other class of consumers who are willing for the meters to be put in them, or who have been flagged that their meters are not being read because their properties are inaccessible. 2,500 per month out of 1,000 target. So, but that is for a different category. The report that you have requested specifically deals with the amnesty, but we have prepaid that we are putting for non-indigent, and we record that on Fridays, and we can bring updated report. Now there's an issue of the ESCOM campaigns on those who don't pay. We have similar programs that we do, usually with relevant ward councillors, where we plan the and this morning we reported that the latest one was done in the inner city on the 27th of August, and we quantified the number of first temper, second temper, third temper that we found. But as you know, all of these tempers attract punishment. And our punishment, for your information, is way higher than ESCOM 1. We quantify, so you can see we are finding up to third tempers. So a person is tempered, we go and check. As we go and recheck if that person has reconnected. We go and recheck again if that person has reconnected. And then the fourth time we open a case. And in the Friday meetings, we were reporting case numbers that we have opened against people who are persistently trying to try their luck. Now we have got a more proactive approach as well, that we have been guided by the administration and our politicians, which say where you can you put prepaid meters even in informal areas that are stealing electricity. And for those who stay next to Fort West will realize that we have done that as a practice. And this morning my team is visiting Councillor William Hopper, trying to assess if the same can be done in his ward. So those are the strategies to make sure that we keep intact with what ESCOM does, and we report these things to the relevant senior administration and the politicians almost every week. We do audit low buy, no buy, and we visit those. Yesterday we met the councillor for Region 3, and he was specifically worried about what's happening in his ward around Pretoria West. And we said we'll plan a blitz with him and Metro Police so that we can make sure that we address these issues. Now, where we say table 3, very few were connected. I've explained that. The report that you are seeing is about a single month, and when we come with the updated report, we will then show updated. But please note that customers have got a right to refuse, and then they can close us out. And we have noted where those issues have happened, unfortunately, which is not ideal. And now you have spoken about Winterfeld, Region 2, and other areas, but you also did say that you would find indigents in an area that do qualify, that can be approved, but they don't belong to a Tshwane supply area. Difference. Where someone is staying in Hammanskraal, it's indigent, but the city cannot do anything. All we can do is to go to ESCOM to say, you know, there is this list. But what ESCOM does with that list is what ESCOM does. So those are the issues. I am seeing this as the committee requesting an updated report. But I think it's important to understand that we have a rigid list of the people who are approved as indigent in the city, and then we have those who came to apply. And those numbers will never vary because people can come even if they are not approved. And then people who are approved can also not come, and you cannot force them. So those two numbers will always remain 2 legs apart. Thank you.
So, Doctor, committee members will come in. You see, the purpose of having a report before us is that the report must make sense. And also don't reduce our engagements to us not being able to comprehend the report, which is your approach, and it's totally out of order. So I let you just roll on there, but you're completely out of order. I'll give you an example. Table 2, if you say to me, this is region 1 as a column, or region as a column, then it starts with 1 and so on. Then township, then number of applicants. You then go and say approved indigent in terms of sequence of what should happen. If that was your explanation, you are supposed to say council projected or council identified. Why? Because these people, is what council has identified as potential people that must do the indigent program. But here you are giving an impression that this is approvals after the application, because you put that table that way. So how you read it, it should make sense, because the figures now are more on the approval than the application. Then you can then have and say that, the ones that are rejected, for instance, as part of that these are the wrong people, they don't qualify, but they applied nevertheless. That way, when you read it, you can comprehend it. So you don't make the report complicated and just for you to come and give us extra detail. And then now you are the smartest person on it. No, you're not. You're a doctor, we respect you, but don't do that to us. Please, don't. Because you are creating an impression that 2,633 applied. You approved after these applications on your right. That's how you read a table, ordinarily. That this is the approval post the application. So these numbers are what has council identified, which whatever method or system used. Don't do that to us. Now, where there is issues where council does not, yes, I note you as well, councillor, where there is issues where it's an ESCOM area, for instance, then you should be coming back and say, this is an ESCOM area, you note it as such. So the table makes sense when we read it. So the report doesn't need you to interpret it word by word like what you're trying to do. Now you also go Warshapa. You go into non-indigent meter installations. No, we've exceeded target here. We are not interested there. Why? Because table 3, it shows you that in Mamelodi, you've got 194. It's between April 20th and 15th June. Then Soshanguve, 17 June to 15 July, right, is 0. But because you want things to go your way, you are going to tell us where you've exceeded targets, but on an irrelevant matter, which is non-indigent customers. Okay, that information, how does it help us? And why did you miss all these targets on table 3? And now you create an impression that, no, look, we've even exceeded our targets on this and that. Here are the areas where you've missed targets. Mamelodi, you did not meet all your targets there. At least there is movement. Soshanguve, in terms of installation further, you missed your targets. 15 July has passed. You are on 0. You say you are reporting weekly. You also don't care to put some explanation why are you on 0. For instance, so it's about the structure of the report so that people, when someone reads it, they don't need you to intervene every sentence and explain why this is not done at that particular point. Attridgeville, Soulsville, and Lotus Garden, Region 3. The target has been missed. The due date or the time of the... What's it? We have a crisis. Let's take 5 minutes. We can speak to ourselves, and people are running away from their own. No, CM, there is meeting adequacy, and what do they call it in English? Protocols and all that. You must address it. This is out of order. You raise your hand even if it's a point of exigency and say, can I please excuse myself? What is this? Senior management is doing this. We can't allow that. We are running what? The kindergarten here. 5 minutes. Oh, let's come back at 11:30. Already we made questions. Well, welcome, colleagues. We may want to resume our session and bring matters to finality because this is one of the last reports. We'll have to fix a date. After fixing a date, agree on or do the calling of reports, and then the CM has already indicated somewhere around 12:30 or so, or 12 he may leave. But we should be able to get the job done between now and then. There was a matter that the CM would like to address us on in relation to the incident that happened just now. Before we broke, because we even lost our line of thought in terms of what should happen. And it goes to everyone on how do meetings run in the internet. Because unfortunately and fortunately, the MPEG meetings are recorded. So there should be some level of order to the proceedings, and then we proceed as such. CM?
Chairperson, please allow me to apologize for that break of protocol. Just as you were posing questions to the administration, it was should not happen, and we certainly, myself on behalf of the administration, apologize profusely to yourself and to the committee, and I have spoken to all of the colleagues, and something like that will not happen again. If you can accept my apology, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, colleagues, and I think it should not degenerate the meeting or end up being the point of discussion. There is a way that members of the committee, together with the officials, will have to carry themselves. We know nature may call from time to time, but in the process of it, we should observe the decorum of the meeting. Especially when you are reporting at that time. Other than that, you're able to excuse yourself quietly and come back and so on. But should be a point of exigency is allowed in a meeting. You can request a caucus. You can request a break. I'm a very democratic chair. Even when I disagree with you, I'll allow you to move on and so on, and then come back and take you again, step by step on issues. And so on. So, point is that there were hands again raised, but the point that I was raising is on the quality of your report. But because of the interruption that has happened and the unbecoming conduct in question, we have even lost our line of thought. But there is a way that reports must be written, Doctor. The reports are not written with the aim of confusing the reader. The reports are written in a certain manner. There is a way that you read and write or design a table. You are noted, Councillor Peter, Councillor Mayor, Councillor Tsebo, and like that in that order. First thing you do as an official, you acknowledge where you are wrong. You don't ignore the fact that you wrongfully classified a township as a basic issue. You don't ignore that a basic table, how you draw it and how you read it, if there's a certain way, the rows must follow a certain sequence, and the columns must follow a certain sequence. It's an established, long-standing, even anyone in whatever level of education should be able to know that this is how you read a table. There is use of language. You can't say something is approved when it's basically identified, or as it may. There is targets you've missed. You don't bring information that is irrelevant to the report, like non-indigents when we deal with indigents, and try to create an impression that things are moving well. The report is not what the paper is written on, Doctor. And we must tell the truth, because if we fail as this committee, we are going to be judged by how we treat the less fortunate, by how we treat the indigents. You should be coming here with a report that says, on the indigency, we've engaged ESCOM. Winterfeld is not under us, but this is our work with ESCOM. This is what ESCOM has done. It's not ours, it's ESCOM, but we care about the people under our region, even though the supply is not from the city, but ESCOM is doing 1, 2, 3, so many meters are installed under ESCOM. You should be going to, you see, that is a level of detail that shows that you are carrying official that is really invested in this. So answer to those deadlines you failed to meet, and tell us relevant information in relation to this. But yes, you are correct. We are going to send back this report and include level of detail. We want a detailed cost breakdown on the 194 so that we leave here, Councillor Peter, knowing that this is how much we spend. We may be sitting here, colleagues, with a situation where a lot of money is spent on those 194 meter installations, or people have been paid but there's no work done. And then we speak on that report on hindsight, because the whole report was designed with the aim of confusing us so that someone can behave like he's smarter than us. It's not going to stand here. It is clear that the intention of this report was to confuse the councillors. Because when we ask questions and we are deliberating on the report, you can see the mood of the people who are in attendance of the meeting. One person differs because the person has another version. What you say on paper should be equating to what you have on paper should equate to what you say verbally. Now, you've got a report saying something different. You've got someone explaining something completely different. That's not how we're going to account. It must never happen again that we are here. So, Councillor Mayor, Councillor Peter, Councillor Tsepo, and then you will chip in the good doctor. But from where I'm sitting, we are not looking good here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I cannot strongly agree with you with the quality of the reports. Like, for instance, Winterfeld. I'm sure there are approved indigents in Winterfeld. But what I've heard now from the official is that obviously they can't apply because they're supplied by ESCOM. But this whole, the cement or the way it's written, it's not understandable. It's confusing to us. I think he did have to, the report is about the amnesty installation of prepaid meters as well. Then, you know, we get a report with a lot of pages and think, this is a good report. Just remember, from page 51 to page 58 or 60 something, it's just the prepaid meter numbers that have been installed for April. That could be an annexure in a spreadsheet. Really, I don't need to see it in this report. It's waste paper if we needed to print it. Remember the times when we still printed it out and they brought it to our houses. Chairperson, what we're doing here actually is we are interrogating reports and we're asking questions, and because we are confused, we are rewriting the report on behalf of the officials. So we're doing their work for them. That's not acceptable. English is my first language. I taught English at nursery school, I think. But we can even assist them in using proper language. Really, this is not acceptable. And that's a standard. The quality of reports coming to all committees in council, it's very low. They must sharpen up, they must give us the right information. From what he explained to me now, I understand the table. I can understand it. We've got some common sense at least, so I understand the table now. But I should have understood the table when it came to council now, or when it came to this committee now. Because now it must go back and we get it again. Then I don't think the question of Alderman Sutton was answered. Maybe I missed something because, like you said, we lost our line of thought. But I believe we asked the questions, have we got stock of prepaid meters? And I don't think that was answered. Because, the city is at this stage, I believe we've got like a shotgun approach in installing prepaid meters. For instance, a prepaid meter is being installed at my place. I don't know why. It's fine. I'll go through prepaid. But the issue is we need these for the indigent households. So why aren't we prioritizing these to install prepaid meters and just leave the rest first? We'll come later, it's fine. I'll do my prepaid, it's fine. But let's focus on there where it's needed. And that's why I say that I can't see, is there any alignment between the different departments when it comes to installing the prepaid meters? Have we prioritized? Have we got two different projects that we are following? One for indigents, one for amnesty, one for general. But this report, yes, it should be referred back to correct spelling, wording, figures, etc. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Councillor Peter.
Chair, thank you. And again, thank you for this deliberation on that. And I do share many of the concerns that has been raised. But I think also, Chair, as Impact, we are interested in getting good quality reports that we can resolve on. I think we've been very clear on this, what our mandate is. And it will be not fair of us, Chair, not to highlight the fact that we're looking at a report here that is titled The Progress Report on the Installation of Electricity Management Devices to Indigent Households. And our colleague or our official up there that's been doing his best to provide information has tried his best to answer many of our questions. But I suspect, and I would like him to give an indication here, but he's responsible for a lot, the doctor up there, and he's responsible for a lot of aspects in the city, but indigence is not one of them. He's responsible for electricity and for making sure the prepaid meters gets installed. And I suspect what we're dealing with here and what we're seeing here with is this is information that was most probably handed to them from social development because they deal with indigent registrations and that process. And if that information is not correct that has been given to the doctor, then that department, social development, must answer these questions. I don't think it's, as much as I'm with you, Chair, we must keep officials accountable and we must get to the bottom of matters. But we must also keep the right people accountable. I don't think it's fair to keep, and I'm not referring to you, I'm just thinking in terms of process. I'm not referring to you. But in process, we can't hold official from electricity responsible for matters that doesn't sit in his department. That I think, and I don't know if there's officials from social development here, but I think they are the one, and I'm speaking, I may be putting words in people's mouths, but I suspect part of the reason here is that we know we need to get those officials. So I don't think the doctor should be, he prepared for a specific aspect here, and we're grateful for that. But I think let's get the social development to answer those questions for us. And this is an age-old, Chair. Colleagues will remember who sit in the administration how often I've spoken about this. When it comes to indigent, finance are being blamed, electricity is being blamed, everybody's being blamed, but we never focus on social development. And that's where it sits. They are the ones that need to make sure that we register indigents and there needs to be collaboration. We often speak about the silo mentality. We need to break that and we need to get these officials to work together. So if there's further discussions, I think we need to ask for further reports because also in fairness, this report. But I think let's hear from social development. If this needs to be debated further, let them explain and answer the questions in terms of indigent registrations. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. But I was fighting with GH of Liga the other day. there is a certain way you have to answer. Yesterday, the CM saw the good doctor from Scopa, Dr. Mkwize. He was on top of me there. There is a certain way of answering. I was on top of the GH for legal. The good doctor is sitting next to an official from social department. Where the matter doesn't rest under it's you. It's on you to say this one will, like CM does all the time. He will speak on a matter, pass it on to CAE, and say we'll address certain aspect. So you don't take ownership of the report, you get it, and then later on as we're interrogating you, you shift the blame because now it's hot. Because let's say the report was nice and we're praising you. You're going to receive it. You're going to ignore that person next to you. Now because the report is not going your way, that's then the way you deal with it. And with all respect, I do get, it's true, it's dual accountability in this matter. The good doctor should have dealt with the part that concerns him and then move on to hand over part of that to someone to come and speak to the part that, and I do get it that it's more like a dual issue here because two different departments and so on, maybe dealing with the matter. Yeah, I think Councillor Tsepo's hand is up. As you prepare yourselves, colleagues, thank you.
Chairperson, thanks a lot. Mine is just simple. Instead of solving problems, we look for more problems. I don't think in this case there's a campaign needed to go put tents somewhere in the corner. The culprits are known. The people came and saying that I have illegally connected electricity. Come and fix the problem. People are in indigent problems. We know they can't afford. They will tamper with the system. The culprits are known. We have a department which has vehicles. We have departments which has staff. People just have to just drive to the location of the known people, check, advise them, get the reasons for us. This man doesn't want to change to prepaid. Why? What are the reasons? We should be having such a report. Or out of the 2,000 people, 10 refused. These are their reasons. And strategically, city manager and all the make on the advisory board, they come and come up with strategy to overcome the obstacle. And that's what senior administration is all about. It's not about knowing how to use a hammer or what. It's about strategic management of this asset called the city of Tshwane. But now how we are running this thing is like all the time we are making excuses. We know there are 2,000 people who are at risk, which the city risks not collecting revenue from. And those 2,000 people is Mr. Mage, Mr. Sibanyoni, Mr. Mamma. What are we doing with those 2,000 people? That's what we expect from the report. Want to see it's actually a sample. That's how the general picks up things. They just pick up a sample of an issue. Then we know if you can't resolve this small matter, then we have chaos in the electrical department as far as city-wide electrifying and changing the system is concerned. And that's what my challenge is that the culprits are known. And we can't keep on having these discussions of not having a way of coming around the obstacles and collecting. We passed a bylaw just yesterday dealing with buildings, dilapidated buildings. You bring it to council, let's pass a bylaw and say we forcefully, as the city of Tshwane, we pass a bylaw that says we'll bypass your discretion and we'll change all the city of Tshwane wide to prepaid. And that's a bylaw that we have passed in line with national pressure on all other spheres of government. And again, the person in charge, we have unauthorized. The reason that we have unauthorized is that we don't lose your discretion when dealing with matters. If you are, as a city, we decide that we want to prioritize the indigents and these two groupings, we don't use your discretion and say, just give it to citywide and what. People that we want to address, the people that we are losing revenue to are these ones, and these ones have to be prioritized because of the broader strategy of the city. And that's what is important. The department strategy can contradict the overall strategy of the city. And I think we need to do more about this. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I hope you're able to note everything together with your counterpart. And let's go.
Thank you very much. Just to start also by apologizing that at my age I had to run to the bathroom. So I have noted the concerns, and I would ask for time to go back and better the report. Thank you.
Well, there is a lot of questions that were asked. Why did you miss the targets on table 3? We get the level of there are certain things that deserve that response. So just in short, why did you miss the targets on table 3?
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. The table 3, the targets have not been missed. The ones where it's blank, it's because they have not been reported on yet. We have only reported on Mamelodi, as I said. So in the next report, we will then give feedback on the others. So the report was limited to the inception period, which was only Mamelodi. So the rest was planned, and then in the next report, we will then give the actuals. Thank you.
No, but you said you are reporting weekly. So why, okay, take the table below Mamelodi. Why have you not reported on, okay, the duration of that was between the 17th of June and 15th July. Today is the 5th of September. The report is tabled on the 5th, probably written somewhere in the past 7 days. Between then and now, why are those particular suburbs or townships or areas not reported on?
Thank you, Chairperson. So this report reported on the first one, which was Mamelodi number 6, and it was a report written on some time, and then the next report that will come will then have additional periods. So by the time of the writing of the report, except for Mamelodi, the rest were basically planned or anticipated, but some of them have already taken place. And if we are allowed to come back with the revised report, it will then come with the actuals for each of the period that we could report on. Thank you.
Doctor, when did you submit this report to MPEC or Secretariat, whichever? When did you submit it? Or when was it submitted? It's semantics, but when was it submitted to us?
Thank you, Chairperson. So the report would obviously have its processes administratively inside before it reaches MPEC, which will include discussing with my superiors politically and administratively up to the point where it's submitted to MPEC. And that sometimes it will do a number of to and fro's until it's here. I don't have the exact time when it was submitted with me as we speak. Thank you.
So you don't know? It means you don't know. Councillor Katle will come in, but that's the level of deterioration we are dealing with.
Chairperson, when you ask a report, like you are saying, it's within the time frame. So you need to report on matters within the time frame stipulated. You can't say one matter was not there in the report because it's stipulated. If I'm saying 2025-2026 financial year, that report should give me everything that has happened within the time frame. So it becomes difficult in saying that it's not updated. Because what I requested would be within a certain time frame or something, and your report will state that it's from where to where. But, Chair, I think we should pass on.
Yeah, so just to tell you, the report was submitted to us on the 28th of August. So at the bare minimum, that report should have included up to Lodia, at its bare minimum. Now, don't bring your, what you call your administrative departmental issues. Is not our issue. So if we receive the report on the 28th of August, we expect it to be up to date until that time. Then we can pardon you for the 21st, for instance, for the target of the 21st until September the 20th. Because then we can say you were given something like 9 days or 8 days or whatever number of days to deal with that. But you can't tell me a June matter was not under your radar for basically 2 months to 3 months. The June matter was not on your radar. And then you then add and say, you then add and say, no, I'm reporting weekly, it's happening, and so on. Niceties, marination of issues. But what we have here, colleagues, it shows you our level of preparedness in relation to the amnesty prepaid meter installations. But we noted that you need to come to the committee being prepared for basic questions. Basic. I mean, I know, for instance, when was this submitted? You don't know, but you are the author of the report and so on. So, Councillor Peter and then the CM will chip in. Let's do it that way, CM, in case there's something from Councillor Peter. Thank you. Councillor Peter?
Chair, thank you. And I would like to go back to a previous comment I made, or my previous input I made on this report. Chair, I think it will help. And because, what you are driving here, I appreciate. We want better quality reports, and we want to be able to properly be able to dispose and deliberate on reports. If we go to reports and we look at the last part of the report, this one specifically page 61, it has comments of the stakeholder departments that needs to be in there. And we see the comments, normally finance, legal, I know they are compliant to always comment on reports. In the previous report, we saw even the GSO giving comments on the group. Thank you to HR. I see they even put in the report, even if there's no comments for them, even if it's nothing to do with them, they put in the report that, they don't have a comment, it doesn't affect them. And it does concern me, Chair, that Department of Social Development is not in here. And I think we must note that. And I think we need to understand which departments must comment, because in my view and my understanding, all stakeholder departments must comment on every single report, and if there's nothing for them to comment on, they need to indicate on the report that they don't have comments because it doesn't affect their departments. And I think we need to bear that in mind as well, because now we're sitting with a report, it has implications that refers to the Social Development Department, and there's no comments from the group head on this report. And I think we need to note that. But Chair, I think we should probably resolve to, from the deliberations, to amend this recommendation and to divert this report to a future meeting so that we can get a better quality standard and that we can get all the mistakes in this report rectified, and also get the Department Social Development in a meeting to comment on this report. And with your indulgence, we are happy to respond to a recommendation, or you can take that up on yourself as well. We have no problem, but that's probably the best way to resolve with this matter now. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, please jot it down, including the inculcating and including that department, social development, to comment on it. And I think your point is taken. But the funny thing is that the GH is still responsible somehow because should have picked it up to send it through for comment to see. End of the day, when you process the report, you see that this affects social development, then you push it, because the social development is not mandated necessarily, but it's relevant. So it should have passed through them. And I think the point we are making is important. So that social development is also somehow given space to comment, because somehow the mandate does speak to what they do. And I see the hand. CM, do you want to come after her, or you want to chip in now? Yeah, that's fine. CM, you will come through, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there were a number of very valid points raised with regard to this report. And I think the most important one, which is now something which is now turning out to be critical, is the period within which this report is required. Oh, sorry, the information is required. At the end of the report, in the recommendation, it states that the information was as at the 21st of May of 2025. So the report was produced in and around that time. But the point you raise is critical. Because now now this committee knows that there is a regular flow of information with the political executive. So when this report comes back, part of what I would want to propose, whatever the other councillors are going to propose, is that the matters that were raised must be addressed, but that it must reflect the situation as at, and I want to sponsor this date of the end of August. And I'm saying the end of August because normally around this time up to the 10th, we finalize our figures. So that if this report comes back either later in this month or in October, whatever that decision is, that the period is clear. And I think we will solve a lot of problems, or misunderstandings, maybe not problems, if reports are then requested for a particular period, so that everybody is clear. It's for this period. And if it gets postponed, we extend that period so that it is clear. But it is unfortunate, but I do think that all of these issues must be addressed, including the interdepartmental cooperation in producing a report of this nature. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. Social development, I'm sure, Councillor Peter, you did note some of the inputs which I believe they add into the progress around the period at which the report should be relevant to what or as at. CM, yes.
Chairperson,
yes.
Sorry, my apologies. If you can just indulge me, I would, with your permission, I would like to have the group head legal excused. The meeting that is taking place now deals with the issue of the cleansing levy. We are consulting now with SOAP from 12 o'clock. I will
grant it.
Okay, so if she can just go, I will hang around here. They have my instructions.
No, granted. Thank you. Thank you for coming through. No, we understand its importance, but again, I don't think there is something that we need from her at this point. So we'll take social development, and then we shall resolve on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members and Chair and colleagues. I just wanted to indicate that I'm here representing the department. I'm the group head for CSPS, and I also wanted to confirm that the information they have on the approved indigents comes from our office. We do work together. Thank you.
And also confirm that you will grant us your comments and that the product that they will report on will be a product that you have had an input on.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. So we don't have two sets of facts. Okay. So I hope, Councillor Peter, that your recommendations that you are going to sponsor now will be an updated report as of month end of August. 2, the detailed expenditure breakdown on the work done so far, in terms of how much does it cost really to roll this out, and then the request for an indigent register, and I don't know legalities around that. I'll be guided, but so that we can understand the stuff. Then the detailed breakdown. Yes?
Pleasant. Chairperson, I want to caution some things here. Because of performance pivot, I don't want us to have a report where one performance justifies the other one. If you are saying that quarter one performance report, you expect it to install 10 meters, and you install 1, and quarter 2 you install 20, and you are saying you have installed 21 for this period. It hides your missed performance of a certain time. You get my Chairperson? So I want to align your performance, key performance period versus the report to say that for first term, I was expected to install 20 meters, and I installed 10, I failed to install 10, and this thing, even though it goes, but it must be split in performances at periods, so that it is clear if they have not performed or they have performed. Thanks a lot.
You want it to be quarterly based? Or the period in question is per quarter? Or?
Okay, CM will understand that there will be a key performance, how we measure performances per se. So if we make it throughout the year, one will say, like fiscal dumping, what that we do at the end of the financial year. They don't work the whole year. At the financial year, they paint the whole city, the roads, switching off and what. What was happening throughout the year is a problem. Right. So we don't want that fiscal dumping mentality to say, I'll wait and do everything in the next financial year. Then it's a problem.
No, it's clear. Thank you. So the attachment of the indigent register, and possibly, because that's where we want to drive it, if possible, the ESCOM indigent that fall under our regions. So you may not get it, but it will give us some sense of comfort to know that people that belong to Twani that are not getting indigency support, or as it may, or amnesty, or whatever you may want to refer to it as, but then are being supplied by ESCOM, that we have a hold of them, like we do have some fair understanding of how many households that we don't supply but are getting it. Because, like we're saying, we would like to get, and that's part of, I believe, Councillor Peter, maybe we may want to drive the discussion. So the report is more or less comprehensive. It doesn't leave a blank spot within the city as it may. And then we take it from there. So that's my wish list, to adding on your wish list, so we can then move on. Then you will sponsor it and move. If there's other councillors who wish to add any other information, because others is on deliberations, which I believe they will add on the report, the body of the report, not necessarily as the recommendation. But maybe Councillor Mayor first, and then you can chip in, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to make sure about the date which the report will come. I believe we're going to have a special meeting this month still, because I would love this report then to serve at that meeting. So I don't know if you can include a date in that report as well. Thanks.
You want to know the date that the report will come to us? That would be the next MPEC meeting. Yes, special. Yes, the next one, whether special or scheduled according to the process plan. I think that point we were clear, even the CM was referring to. The reason why we are not pushing the date beyond August is so that we, in terms of the date of the report's age, or the cut-off date of the report, is so that we don't ask for information that is fresh, new, may not be yet processed. There was a hand, ne? Your hand. Yeah, shoot.
No, Chair, just before you close the matter, I just want, I'm not sure if we can do it as an addition to recommendations or it's an advice to, because I'm taking an advantage that the group head for social development is here, together with the group head from electricity, that in areas like Mawiga and Hammanskraal, where they don't supply electricity, they must do imbizos, they must do workshops, they must go and explain to those communities there on the other side that they are not supplying electricity. That's the reason why they are not part of indigent, because there's a confusion on the ground. People on the other side attack ESCOM because they believe that they stay in the city of Tshwane, where everybody must receive indigent, must be part of this indigent police. They must receive whatever they receive from Tshwane government. So I'm saying those ratios must stop where they supply electricity. They must go beyond where they don't supply, so that the residents can get an understanding of what is happening in the city. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you. Maybe as Councillor Peter is wrapping up there, and I need guidance here on a matter CM and other colleagues. There is a Region 2 matter, and I just need clarity on it so that we don't come back and start raising it. Region 2, it only has Kudube. Is it ESCOM supplied or is it city supplied? Because it seems here that Council identified potential customers that need assistance from us. It's only 2. I'm just a bit concerned about it, but I don't know the rationale behind it. Is it because of the issue of tribal land? And then we close it, we go to recommendations, because we can't waste more time on this, in all fairness. It's just for me to go home with a proper understanding of what's happening in Region 2, a poor community like Hammanskraal. Why is it not finding expression on this policy?
Chairperson, I'm just trying to check.
Maybe
exactly.
As you are checking, Councillor Koto seems to have something to say. And then let's work on concluding this matter quickly, colleagues. Then we're going to go for calling of reports, and then we fix the date on the next meeting. Where possible, then we conclude. Councillor Tsela?
I think Hammanskraal, Mawiga, all of them, they are being supplied by ESCO. Hence, you see, I'm trying to come up with this strategy. Because reality is that people on the ground, they don't know what is happening. They think because all of us we stay in Tshwane, they go and attack ESCOM, not knowing what is happening. So it is our responsibility as the city, because people stay here in Tshwane. They believe that they are part of the municipality, as we say, Tshwane. So the team must go out of their offices or out of their comfort zones to come in those areas and explain to the communities of what is happening. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Now, clarifies part of that. Councillor Tsepo?
Yeah. Thanks, Chairperson. Whether the city has indigent responsibility to both ESCOM and Tshwane areas, the how part, the administrative part, that's where the confusion comes. The city has to buy 100 units for its residents from ESCOM. I don't know administrative financial how it's done, but they received that 100 units. So, but it's for the city to administrate it and make sure that the people understand how they access it. After they qualify for indigents, that administrative part is silent, and they complain to councillors to say, I don't know why to get that 100, how it reflects, how it's accounted for, if they receive it or not. And I think that's what the problem is. Thanks a lot.
All right. Anything to add? You are fine, Sia? Okay, I think it clarifies the matter. So once we have the ESCOM leg into the report, it gives us a fair sense of what's happening. So either you're going to find your area listed on the city supply or ESCOM supply. Then we close the debate. Councillor Peter,
Thank you, Chair. And I think we can hear from the input from the ANC councillors that this is a very important matter and a very serious matter to them as well. So thank you, and I think we have a way forward. Chair, we'd like to sponsor the following amendment to this report. One, that the recommendation apparently in the report be removed and be amended with. Two, that the report be resubmitted in the next impact meeting with the improved information. Now, Chair, there's been quite a lot of deliberation and discussion, and the Secretariat have kept detailed record, obviously for minute purposes, and therefore I think we can conclude this impact that the Impact Secretariat submit a detailed list of inclusions as deliberated to the Department for inclusion in this report. I don't think it will be prudent for me to dot them down because I might miss them. I think they'll have a more comprehensive list. And I think we can trust you and your office to get that information through to them, if the colleagues will accept that. And then four, that all relevant stakeholders, departments, submit comments in this report. I think it's quite important that we need to get their comments in this report for a conclusion. And that's proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Adriana. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it cuts the semantics out. But I think the committee does concur with that. And let's just read it on record. The Secretariat has a record of what is done. The good thing, again, this is not a confidential meeting, so everything is on record. So we should not be missing a detail the next time we report on the matter, because it's an extremely important matter. All right. Thank you very much. The amendment to the recommendation is that the recommendation on the report be removed, and then two, that it be replaced with that the report be resubmitted in the next meeting, being ordinary or special meeting of MPEC, with improved information. That MPEC Secretariat submit the detailed list of the inclusions from the deliberations, that all the relevant stakeholder departments to this report and provide comments. The proposal is made by Councillor Peter Settle and seconded by Councillor Adriana Randall. As recommended. Thank you. So, colleagues, let's finalize the deliberations of the report in question. Now we'll head to the calling of, well, maybe let's do the fixing of the date before we start losing other members, and then we'll do calling of reports. But also, let me open this by just taking members and officials into confidence that the overall feeling of the councillors as per the caucus held earlier is that, one, they are not happy because the report, one, they were loaded late. Two, that they can't process something without party mandate or having a proper look into the confidential reports which were submitted late. Some councillors, like Councillor Tsepo, Councillor Mayor, indicated that they never got even the report on confidential, which is somehow something we addressed in relation to the first part of the meeting when we were dealing with the minutes, and that the implications of that is that they are not comfortable to proceed with the amendment of the first amendment to the supplementary agenda, on the basis of that. And that we are going to call a separate meeting, because there is nothing that I would like to do than to close the problems of August, close them off in September so that they don't reappear and continue to affect October going forward. Now we have an option of taking this matter, deferring them to the next ordinary impact meeting. But the problem is that if you do that, you are still running a potential risk of having a meeting that is extremely long, which may also then come back with other problems where certain matters get deferred. And now you've set a chain reaction whereby the same process plan you've approved technically becomes something that is optional all the time, always amended. The feel is that we should reconvene, and the councillors will give a nod, but there is a proposal on the table that we reconvene on the 19th of September, which is in 2 weeks. And on the 19th of September, we are going to be dealing with all the matters that are outstanding on the process plan itself, which were not submitted on this month's agenda. Number 2, all the matters that are now deferred or should be or will be deferred once the decision is taken from today's meeting, which means the first supplementary agenda. So, it's called the second, but semantics. But point is that all the reports that are on section 32, confidential reports, which is report number 1 until report number 7, that's when councillors and members of this committee will be comfortable to take resolutions on those matters. Now, the big issue now is to ensure that there is availability and less clashing of meetings. From the DA caucus, and I think the caucuses must indicate, because it's a proposal we made earlier, and we don't want to call a meeting and then you are now talking issues of quorum. And then we'll then move to the CM to now check his staff's complement in terms of availability on the 19th. So DA, well, ANC, yes, Councillor Kozo?
Yeah, we're fine with the date of the 19th.
Thank you. The DA caucus?
Case in support. Thank you.
Thank you, VF Plus. Thank you, Action SA.
Yeah, we support the date.
Thank you. The chair will be available. CM, I hope we are not being too unreasonable, because we wanted this coming Friday or the one in next, because then we thought that because we're asking for more information, it's prudent that we don't set up officials to fake. And Councillor Peter, there were points, remember now, that were raised in the other ones where you were contesting the minutes. You may want to put that on record once the CM has spoken. On the level of detailing we want now on the second supplementary agenda, so that we don't come back and start lambasting again. There is those semantics around correction on reports and so on. So, and that doesn't just go to you. Any member of the committee, it will just be prudent that you also clarify that quickly as we then move the meeting and move towards closure of the meeting. CM.
Chairperson, the administration would be ready for the 19th of September, and I would imagine that the normal time frame for the submission of reports would apply. So my team would know that they have up to the up to the 12th or 13th of September in order to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. And I think on that point, obviously we don't have the minutes, so we can't respond to them. But I think what's very important to the CM and his office, forensic reports are set, they're done. unless we reinvestigate. But the recommendations in the report and our report can be amended. And there's a lot of mistakes. We picked that up in the last, recommendations contradictory to what the forensic report says, recommendations not compliant to Section 32. And I think they must use this opportunity to rectify that. What we have seen today is those exact same reports with those mistakes, just coming back onto the agenda. And I think this is an opportunity for the administration to fix those mistakes, administrative mistakes and errors in the reports, so that by the time we get them, Chair, Impact can do a proper deliberation on this, and we don't have to waste our time with trying to fix reports for the administration. I think that's very critical. We need to do our work, but they need to give us the reports to do so. So please use this opportunity and fix those administrative mistakes in the reports, so we get a correct set of reports we can conclude on. Thank you.
Yeah. So CM and the custodian of the report, the CAE, there were mistakes that you and I was talking to Tsepo here advising me that it mustn't come across as if we are instructing you to amend your reports for political reasons. There were recommendations that you admitted, it was not on record because it was confidential, that you knew you would say right off when you then later then said no, it is an administrative error, but we actually meant recovery, for instance. And because the sensitivity of the report, of course, we can't go into detail on it. So those are the kind of issues that we need to deal with, so that it doesn't create an impression that we are changing. So if that's your true intention, then fine, good and well, you come and you defend it here and take accountability on it, no problem. But if you say it's a typo, you wrote it by mistake, whatever the case may be, then let it be clear. So don't have something in writing that verbally you are distancing yourself from as we deliberate. Because again, the danger of this report, CM, is that they are confidential reports which are not on record. Now, if you're dealing with a report like that, and then in paper it says right off, for instance, but then during the deliberations it says, no, I actually meant recovery. When you come back to it later, it's as if the committee went against the chief audit executive's office or department, as it may. So that's where the issues are. So we don't need to see that. We equally can be instructing you to do this. But where you can fix quality, with even those service providers who did the forensic report, fix that quality within these 2 weeks, if possible, wherever possible, typos and so on and so on. That's your own issue. But we can't instruct you that write this particular sentence this way. Put it to, because a certain caucus or councillor says do it this way, then we then instruct you to say, now let this become the outcome of the forensic. We can't go to that level. But we are saying stand by what you write, what you put on paper and present to us. There are recommendations and comments from group legal that we're saying if this is followed, then we are fine, we support. Those kind of recommendations that we picked up with group legal. Sorry, the comments, my apology, from group legal, where they are not telling you the legal opinion on the report as it's presented, but they are saying if you followed this and that framework, then we are fine as group legal. It can't be how it works. So unfortunately, she's not here, but I'm sure the CM and the team will do. So they need to scan through all the report and give us their legal opinion or comment in relation to the report, not a standardized line that says if you followed SCM or if you followed this and that, therefore we are fine. That is not how legal should be doing things. And we don't want to be discussing it when she's not here, but the point to take home is that it can't be the legal comment. The legal comment should be that the SCM was not followed or it was followed and therefore we believe that this is ready to go, or whatever the case may be. Take a position, go through the report, have a actual legal opinion, not a comment in general, as it has reflected on some reports. Councillor Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, unfortunately, we haven't got a minutes now here of the in-committee minutes. But I believe that during our deliberations, I did mention specifically that we're not happy with the quality of the forensic reports as well. And I believe the Chief Audit Executive, he took note of that, because we also said they must dig deeper. It's like sort of a desktop study they're doing. We also questioned why do we appoint consultants or firms in Johannesburg, etc. And I had an offline discussion with him that we don't get enough bidders to do this work for us. But regardless of that, I believe that in terms of the forensic reports attached to all these different reports and investigations, we weren't happy with the contents of the report as well. So they weren't given the instruction, actually, I think it's been monitored as well, but we haven't got a minutes, that they should also, that these forensic companies should also be involved in rectifying their reports. If I'm correct. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. It is as such. There are others which are more or less, I would say, political observations on which firm was then used and so on. But we can always attend to them. But you are free, CAE, to go back to those service providers, like I said, to correct and deal with the issue of the quality of the report. We can't change. We can't instruct you to change the forensic report so that it reflects our wishes. The last matter that was raised was further concurrence on future expenditure, for instance, and irregular expenditure, where we're saying you are recommending that MPEC must give concurrence. It doesn't matter how much you irregularly spend under that specific tender, but we're giving concurrence now for future expenditure on irregularities. So, and we can't discuss the matter in detail, of course, because the matter in detail is a matter of confidential reports. But we're giving you a snapshot of what we want on record, but without necessarily naming any person, disclosing amounts, the name of the firms, the semantics that makes this matter to be a confidential report. So where you know that, for instance, the deliberations and line that we pursued on the names of the law firms, of course, that may not be relevant to the report as it may, but we expect a better report or reports. So we don't now question that. We can now go into the substance of the report as opposed to semantics. We can't afford to not have this report served because age is on our neck. There should be improvements. We should be able to report to COPTA that this is the progress we've made, and so on. So we as an office, as a committee, we can come back with some positive results that indeed the City of Tshwane is progressing. So I think that then concludes this part. And we are concluding it with the comments that we've made on record for the Secretariat to work on that together with CAE and the CM and all the relevant stakeholders that are affected. They will give us our report about the 12th, and then we are going to reconvene on the 19th, which is on a Friday, 9 o'clock as per the standard, and then we'll come back and just finish this matter. In October, we are not expecting any backlogs that are huge in terms of number or otherwise. And then we'll then proceed, colleagues, to the calling of the reports. Calling of reports. Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to call a report on the investigation into the lease agreement of public-private partnership involving Monitoria Building and Tshwane House including the handling of insurance proceeds following the 1997-5. The motivation to determine whether any irregular, fruitless or wasteful expenditure occurred in relation to the lease or PPP arrangement concerning the Monitoria property, the financial treatment and utilization of insurance proceeds received after the Monitoria fire in 1997, the current lease-to-own arrangement of Tshwane House, including its financial justification, and this investigation is necessary to ensure compliance with the MFMA and related legislation, assess whether public funds have been responsibly and lawfully managed, evaluate the prudence of long-term lease commitments in the context of market benchmarks, identify governance failures, and recommend on consequence management where applicable. And what must be reported on, the mandatory insurance proceeds, and I've detailed some points there as well, the lease or PPP agreements, the Tshwane House lease-to-own arrangements. Then who must report? The City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, Group Property Division, Legal Services Department, Internal Audit and Risk Management Unit. Why is it necessary? To uphold transparency and accountability in municipal asset management, to ensure that insurance proceeds and lease agreements have been handled in accordance with financial legislation, to assess whether the Tshwane House lease represents value for money or constitutes excessive expenditure, and to inform impacts, recommendations, remedial actions, consequence management, and future lease PPP governance. Proposed by myself, Councillor P.W.W. Mayor, and seconded by Councillor A.M. Randall.
When is this supposed to start?
Chairperson, I think it's going to take quite a while to compile this report, but if it can serve in November, it's fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Please state it as such. You can just write date in November.
Yeah,
report to just give an indication. We'll refer it on hindsight in terms of when we should. Is there any other report?
I've got another one.
Okay. You're on fire.
Thank you, Chairperson. The subject is a comprehensive breakdown of all legal cases brought against the City of Tshwane, including financial implications, outcomes, and governance failures. The motivation is to determine whether the City has incurred irregular, wasteful, or fruitless expenditure through its litigation posture, and to assess the governance risk associated with non-opposition or failure to acknowledge legal actions. What must be reported on? The total number of legal cases instituted against the City over the past 5 financial years, the categorization of cases: opposed, settled, won, lost, not opposed, default judgments or absence of legal defense, not acknowledged, no formal response or engagement by the City. Then the total legal costs incurred, external legal counsel fees, internal legal department costs, court-imposed penalties, settlements or damages. And then identification of cases where expenditure may be deemed irregular, wasteful or fruitless. Governance analysis of cases not opposed or acknowledged, including reasons for non-engagement, consequences for the City, disciplinary or remedial actions taken. And then summary of repeat litigants or recurring legal themes, for example, procurement disputes, HR matters, service delivery failures. And then the report should include recommendations for improved legal risk management, consequence management, and cost containment. Who must report? Group Legal Services, Chief Financial Officer, City Manager, and Office of the Speaker if any cases implicate council processes. Why is it necessary? To uphold impacts mandate of financial oversight and consequence management, to ensure that public funds are not depleted through avoidable or mismanaged litigation, to expose governance failures where the City failed to defend or even acknowledge legal action, to inform future budgeting, legal strategy and task mitigation, risk mitigation framework, and to hold officials accountable for dereliction of duty and ensure corrective action is taken. It's proposed by myself, Councillor P.W.W. Mayor, and seconded by Councillor A.M. Randall, and to serve at Impacts meeting November. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. The team will assist in collections of the 2 called reports. You have a third one, or that's it? You got 5. Okay, that's fine. We're going to do the calling reports. Thank you, colleagues. We have reports here that have been called, which is 2 of them. The first report is the investigation into lease agreement on all the public-private partnership PPP involving Municipal building and front house, including the handling of the insurance. Proceeds the following: the 1997 fire. This is called by Councillor P.W.W. Mayor, seconded by Councillor A.M. Ramba. And then the second report is a comprehensive breakdown of all legal cases brought against the City of Tshwane, including the financial implications, outcomes, and governance failures. That is also called by Councillor P.W.W. Mayor and seconded by Councillor A.M. Randa. Is there any other report? Thank you. Okay. CM?
Just a clarity, Chair, because I think it's important that we are clear as to what it is that we're looking for, especially in respect of the first report that's called for. My understanding, just from listening, is that the report that's called for is an investigation, because it says so in the item. And one would normally investigate if there are particular allegations.
So the wording thereof is a bit confusing. So
yes, actually that confuses me, because the way I respond to an investigation is different to the way that I respond to a report. A report is a report. A report will say there was a fire, then there was insurance payment, this is what happened with the insurance payment, then there was a process of going out for on a whatever public-private partnership. Here was the process, etc., etc. And this is what we are paying for, and the cost-benefit analysis is such, and that's the end of the story. That is November. An investigation is a different kettle of fish, because firstly, I don't know what is the allegation. So if I must go and brief somebody, I must say, look, there's an allegation that ABC. If I can't say that, it's going to be endless, and the money that we're going to spend on that investigation is going to be indeterminate.
yes, open-ended.
But anyway, so that's the only clarity that I am raising. If it's an investigation, we must say so, but please, just if there can just be more information, and in November is going to be a non-starter if it's an investigation.
Yeah. So, Councillor Mayor, are you willing to change the word investigation into report on? Okay.
Thanks.
So,
yes, we can do it that way.
So they are going to give you, so you append your signature. Report it. Please give him to sign. No problems. Yeah, so we'll change that. I think you are correct, Sia, because if then you pick up things on the report, then you are free to then request for a further investigation, whether further or otherwise. But now we just need a standardized report on that. We'll take it from there. All right. Colleagues, now that we are done with the calling of the reports, Councillor Mayor will just append the signature so that it doesn't appear as if we've altered his report, and that he takes ownership of the changes thereof. I have taken a number of councillors into confidence on how I would like to see the impact being structured or restructured. And my huge apology and humble apology to those that may have missed that. But there is a request or a direction, a particular direction that I wish to proceed in running MPEC, which I believe it will make MPEC a bit more resolute, structured, and a bit more efficient. One, I'm not comfortable with the seating arrangement that currently is taking place in the committee meeting, in that you have got officials mixing with the councillors who are members of the MPEC. I think there should be a clear distinction on roles that are played. Two, the name and labeling of the seats. They bring about confusion, but equally they show us as a capital city that is not as organized. So, for instance, Councillor Mayor is sitting on a seat that is written Councillor Matere, Alderman Katlaho Matere, Councillor Hennes Kutie is today present, and the personnel is CM. And then, you know, because the spotlight has not been shined on us yet, there's nothing as extraordinary that has happened. You will take these semantics like they're very light until when someone goes on the video, YouTube, and have a snapshot of Alderman Silas Brink speaking, only to find out that is Councillor Peter. And then now the semantics is no longer, or the discussion now shifts to how can you have a committee running that is streamed, and we can't get the basics right. So effectively, the Secretariat is instructed to make sure that all the officials that are attending the MPEC committee meetings, there should be correct labeling, where we can refer to people. Yesterday, it's an embarrassment, I saw it after. I called the Member of Parliament in Scopa, a gentleman there, as I was explaining. It's not correct to do that. And it's because also themselves there was no name, so you couldn't refer directly to answer the question of Honorable Mente. This is the issue. And that's a correct way of doing things. But it needs to start here at home. So Councillor Mayor, we don't say he must go sit in his own and then there's a big gap in between. But the resynchronizing of the labels will be done 30 minutes or an hour before the MPEC meeting. And then there should not be a need to change on the, the machine, the name per se. So it's extra burden, unnecessary burden. But when someone is watching MPEC, should be able to get a good grasp that now the city manager is speaking, not another councillor. Because it's so confusing. We know it because we work with you. But an ordinary person in Hammanskraal is not going to be able to follow what's happening there. That this one is a department head, this one is a GH, this one is such and such. They won't be able to follow that. So semantics, and I'm not comfortable with it, so the next sitting on the 19th, I'm expecting seats allocated with, on the left, the councillors, all of them, on the left. On the right, officials, which then would form part of the city. The APC chair will be labeled as such as the APC chair. On hindsight, if you have to go to court, you have to do anything, it should be easily relatable. We should not be arguing, no, but it's unnecessary. Then if you send a replacement from a department, maybe the GH is not there, but you are giving us someone else, the responsibilities between you and the secretariat to ensure that they change that, together with the office of the chief whip. But the point is, these are semantics issues. They should be able to be dealt with easily without a problem. We're a capital city. We can't be here. To a point that we must all carry our name tags if we have to. But the point is, Councillor Brink will be Councillor Brink if he's here. Councillor Jackie Ace is not going to somehow become Councillor Randa. And the mixed masala in relation to that. Then allocation of time on speaking, CM. We can't have a councillor speaking 4 times on a matter. There's no shade. Most of the time is repetitions. Asking the same question 3 times, taking a lot of time off officials, then tomorrow there's no service delivered. Together taking councillors' time, who have wards and so on. So we should then consider moving towards that. I think we'll discuss as councillors and committee members on how do we approach it so you don't limit their engagements, but you shape them in such a manner that we can now say we've made progress in terms of entertaining hands of the councillors. Currently, it's unlimited, uncontained. A councillor can speak 7 times. We want engagements, but the engagement must be structured in such a way that you don't leave here at 9 o'clock. So we'll follow that, colleagues. And you may have a comeback and so on, but at least would have limited unnecessary repetition and endless discussions on reports and so on semantics and repetitions. So we're going to have to restructure it that way. And the committee will become a cross-examination kind of, where a question is asked, someone responds. There is many times where officials can't give answers to a question, and the questions get lost because there is a pile of questions. Some of the things you can't implement immediately, but that's the direction we are going to take, where certain questions maybe have to be asked and responded to, and so on. Also, time constraints and the workload will guide us on approach. So any member of the committee that wishes to express a different view, discomfort, raise the point that the chair is stretching his powers and all that, or any member who is reporting who believes that there is another way, a democracy. Yeah, well, thank you for understanding. But we should be able to structure it a bit, and we take it from there. So the Secretariat will guide you next time when you get here in terms of where do you sit, so that we can get a proper grasp of impact, and it must meet a certain standard. If we fail in the capital city, then we can't expect anyone in Matatiel to make it, because we would have failed ourselves. So with that being said, colleagues, those are the changes that I believe will assist us going forward, and that we should be able to run an effective committee that doesn't waste time, that doesn't hide the real stuff with semantics, unnecessary points of deliberations or issues. Okay. We are fine. Okay. So we are fine, colleagues. It seems then that we are now at the end of our meeting, and that all the matters would or have been looked into. Yeah. So that is all for today, and I would like to thank you for coming through to today's meeting. If we stepped on your toes, our apologies. If you believe we're personal, it was never meant to be. We're all just doing our job. Let's come back on the 19th, re-energized, and let's take this thing forward. Thank you very much, Meeting Sergeant.